Hello. I've already had a donut this morning, and now I'm eating my little chocolate white mice. Feel sick already. Hey, check it out. We're playing a game, and it's not showing. I don't know why it's not showing. Well, actually, if you can hear that. There's definitely a screen here. I'm just putting the subtitles on. That's what's happening here. I'm just gonna be able to set up. Why? Why? Try doing something different. How about now? Do you wanna? It's asking me if I've played the Stanley Parable before. And I haven't. I've not played this at all. Why aren't you showing? Well, you're going to get to listen to me playing the game, I think, at least. Okay. Well, maybe it'll come on after I go through this startup bit. Suppose just do this on this screen. Please enter the current time. Okay. 11:01. Right, let me see if I can just sort this out.
I should have been the one to fill your dark soul with light.
Hey, I've set these things off. Put that onto Windows, I guess. Why would it not let me pick from a drop down? Why is it making me go through all of the possible resolutions I could have? Jesus Christ. This is Ultra Deluxe. 1920, here we go. But I'm having a trouble getting it actually to show on the stream. I don't know why it's not playing full at the minute. Fit screen, is that? Let's just try again. Let me just make a new, after a specific window, this window. It's not doing it. I don't know what the problem is here. Why though? I don't really know what the problem is here. It definitely should be showing up, and it's not. Is it gonna? Does it show other? And what if I just show my HP screen? But it works like that, but it won't show it through the game capture. Right? Okay. Let's stick that to full screen, I guess. But now, what? Is it to do with this game? Right, okay. Right, sorry about that. We're in, I think we're in. Let me just, real quick. Oh, that's going to be annoying. It's going to, every time I click off the screen, it's going to get rid of the game. Turn that down a bit. Why aren't you just show the full screen game? It just doesn't make sense that you wouldn't do that. No idea what that is. Let me put this back to windowed, maybe. Borderless. Right, okay, I think if I click off. Okay, that's it. Persistence, that's what I wanted. Oh, 30 stream streak. Oh my god, a whole month of streams. A whole month of streams. Crazy. Hey, I must be getting pretty good at this. Right, let's play the bloody game, shall we? The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is the end is loading. Oh shit.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Okay, good to know.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427.
Relatable.
Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was
good for Stanley. He's found something that he enjoys, and he gets paid for it.
One day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget.
Oh my god.
He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single
Is the game volume okay?
had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Alright, we're moving. We are moving. No orders? How very strange. The thing I love to do most. I can't do it. That is the actual time, because I gave... Oh, wait, is that the actual time? No, it's not. Why did it ask me for the time if it's not going to utilize it?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
How circular. Very perpendicular indeed. $45. But we were meant to be going out after work. Where has he gone?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Did I though? Did I though? Did I enter the door on my left? Suppose I did. 413.
Yet there was not a single person here
The whiteboard
either.
manager.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Weekly target admins. Marketing Mondays. Wait, yeah, Marketing Mondays, yeah. What we got? Group 40x, 45x. Office party. Yes. Friday office party at 4 o'clock. What to do about 432? What number were we? I've forgotten already. 437? Wait, I can't remember what number I was. I feel like that's important and I forgot. 402, 405. Want to get rid of death portion in the primary reviews. I think that's a stupid idea. More water coolers, more water cooler heaters. Charts need to be more hip to appeal to teenage demographic. Find teenagers to put in teenage demographic. In the big net, some sort of child trap. With teenagers, size of demographic, and space between the teenagers. Oh, there's a lot of space between teenagers. Depends who you're listening to, I suppose. The teenage pregnancy crisis could be a problem. Definitely not a lot of space between those kids. Throw something in the ideas bin. 1. No more bins, trash cans, renaming of the ideas bins, firing of me. Awful, wasn't it? This. Happy feelings, yes. Across the globe. Violet James, you are fired. God damn it, Violet James. You're on your last warning. No happiness. Money, more money. Things, but with money to buy more things. Look at this graph. Graph about things and money. Oh, we have our new product. Yes. Yes. High stripes. Target demographic, teenagers. What is hot? Profits, 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 profits. Profits and profits. Hey, there's one thing more profitable than religion. I'd like to know. Rate of increase in graphs per slide. Please. Stop. Alright, on your boss appreciation minute worksheet, circle the top 3 things you love most about your boss. Fill out in triplicate and return to your boss appreciation specialist. Boss appreciation specialist. My goodness. Find him a conflict with another diligent employee like yourself. Yourself. Oh, gross. While to be high you, remember... Oh, I don't know what to remember. Talk radio. Mitosis. Comatose. Less air. Football. Tips for not getting fired. Talk less. Oh, well, I'm not doing very well. Do unbelievably amazing work all the time, every day, with no exception of promotion or recognition, and don't get fired. I mean, that's the key, really, isn't it? How to solve a dispute with a co-worker. Let it ball up inside you. Take it out passive-aggressively. Resent co-workers for not supporting you more, and then let it ball up inside. Make sure your side has a slick blue graphic in the header. Throw some bevel on all the text. This will ensure a calm, positive environment. Everyone is unique. Most of all, you. If everyone is something, everyone is nothing. That's what I believe. Charts, slides, charts and slides. Oh, interesting. I can't wait. Which charts on the same slide depict the same information? Oh. Wait, I've got... Right, I'm cycling around again. Monetize, free to play. Oh my god. Is this Blizzard? Is this Riot Games? League of Legends? Buy skins. Affect no gameplay at all. Buy skins. Synergize core value expenditures. Shift global market paradigm. Monetize free to play. Hey, you know me. All games that I play are free to play. If you know where to get them. PowerPoint watching the game.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Did I though? Oh, there's red down there. Did I go upstairs? Oh, Eon doors. Oh. With the ticking and the talking, yeah. And bloody teenagers. That'll reduce the space between them. Oh. I don't have a reflection. Oh. To be rich, is it a crime? To commit crimes, isn't it rich? What a life it would be to have to pick just one. Commit crimes and be rich. That's what I'm aspiring to do. That's what I'm aspiring to do. Shut that door. Cold outside. Want some buttons to press, man. Just give me some orders. Where is everyone? Is there a keyboard here? Extreme Bathroom Magazine.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him?
Who
What he could not have
orchestrated
known
this?
was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him.
Oh.
And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number. 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
That's very true. So we're not going to meta game here. We've got to stay true. Stay true to would have looked. Ring, 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 ring.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
He'd never have known it. He'd never knew it, so he can't put it in. That's
2845.
They just don't know. He just doesn't know. He would never have known what that code would have been. So, hey, it's important for Dungeons and Dragons. You just need to not know.
But it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself. And Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Oh wow! Stay true to the game. Play the game how the game wants to be played. You see, we just gotta sit around and wait for orders, and everything will be fine. You see. Superliminal vibes now. See, just do as you're told. Play the story as it's meant to be played. Oh, I'm going down, I guess.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar.
Circular.
It was a stirring of emotion in his chest.
Ha!
He felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him?
Oh, very interesting.
This question would not go unanswered for long.
Do you know what makes me laugh? Sorry, just to go off the inspecting lifts, part of my job. We have to, on like normal lifts, you've got doors that open either from the middle or it opens from the side. We have to check the gap. We have to like pull on the door and make sure that there's not enough gap to get your hand through or like fingers in. So like passing lift couldn't like get your fingers or anything like that. And then you got lifts like this that because they were designed like this, we have to go, yeah, it's fine. Just probably shouldn't be like that, but you know, EN8180 comment. This lift doesn't meet current standards and should be adjusted. It's like, well, okay. Can't comment on design. Shit. Well, that's definitely going on the list. See, now the story has told me to question things.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Hey, Dan, what's cracking?
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
It's like
What horrible
X-Men.
secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself.
Dr. X.
Did he have the strength to find out?
What's on telly? All I know I learned from telly. This big beautiful box of facts. If I know a thing already, baby, you can switch channel over just like that. Endless jokes and endless laughter. People living happily ever after. All you need to feel your knocking without really having to think or nothing. Why would we waste our energy? Turning the pages 1, 2, 3. We can sit comfortably on a lovely bumper leaves, watching people dancing and laughing and doing stuff. All I know I learned from telly. This big beautiful box of facts. If I know a thing already. Oh no, that's not the words. I lost it. I lost the end. It's from the Matilda musical. Really good, actually. I would highly recommend the stage show and the film, actually. So definitely go ahead and check that out.
Now the monitors jumped to
Oh.
life, their true nature
Fired.
revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Does anyone remember what number I was? I can't remember. It's 237 I have in... I don't know. All I know I learned from telly. What to think and what to buy. Where am I? Let me have a look. Let me look for 427. There I am. 427.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
No, probably not.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Never again. Stanley! Break free from the chain! Rise up, Stanley! For the sake of everyone. Oh. Controls are idle. The guy said that there was all sorts of emotions on the thing.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Shut it down. Completed it, mate. Completed it. Speedrun.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over?
So good at following orders. See, I'm just so good at following orders.
Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine. Unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away.
Hooray!
Even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone?
Interesting.
How
Where
had he
had they
been
gone?
freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or
10 out of 10
how to
game.
feel.
I mean, nice, easy,
Whatever
simple,
life he
easy
lives,
control.
It will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
Gloria.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of
Amazing.
liberation, the
Freedom.
immense possibility
True
of the
freedom.
new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen.
Darn tootin'.
Stanley was happy.
Incredible. Yeah, for real. This is not the path you expect. Hey man, I'm just playing a game how the game wanted to be played, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, ultimately, at the end of that particular path, I'm assuming there's different paths. He got the same result. He was happy doing his job here, and he got happiness at the end of getting through that door. He was just happy. He was a happy little guy. He got it from work. That's fine. And then he got it from, you know, freedom, I guess. No.
All
Happy
of his
Stanley.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Turn it off.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
And the door on my left. Did he though? Did he enter the door on his left? Am I going to be so blatantly non-conformist? Why does everything tap like a keyboard?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to
Maybe.
admire it.
I think that's probably what Stanley wanted to do. Admire that lounge. Sounds like, yeah, exactly.
Yes, truly a room worth
So
admiring.
good.
It had
Give me a
really
drink.
been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully
Isn't it
constructed
just?
room.
Look, that's such a
Stanley
little
simply stood here,
drop here.
drinking it all in.
Drinking it all in, eh? Drinking it all in. Eh? Drinking it all in? You trying to tell me?
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room.
Very
Room
70s, I
so
know.
utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings.
Yes, isn't it
Really
wonderful?
worth it.
So glorious. Really. Look at that painting. What's that of? Ah, the outside. Wonder what
At
that's
this
like.
point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
Potentially, yes. Oh, there's a coffee machine there. Filter coffee. I mean,
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue, but when a long time had passed and there was no more, He decided that the game was trying to send him but at last he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
First open door on the left. Okay. Alright, first open door. Yes, we're still happy
And so he
doing as we're
detoured through
told.
the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door and got back on track.
Okay. Got back on track.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office.
This
He
lift,
wanted to wander
I reckon
around
so.
and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left.
Okay, thank you. This lift, I reckon potentially would need some more investigation, but you know, the handrails look all fine. The fact that there's not a front handrail is probably going to be an issue. That's just going to allow for people to fall out. I would probably recommend some sort of something. But if it's got a CE marking and it's was designed so without having that front guardrail, then you know, can't comment on design. And if it passed it got a CE mark, then who are we to go against that? But we would probably say it doesn't meet current standards, which probably recommend that it does get back onto.
Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake.
Beach.
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
A single platform lift with no handrail, which went up and down at 40 mile an hour.
Right.
I don't.
Left.
Given
right.
that a lot of lifts go up at like
yes.
1 meter per
I've got it now.
second,
This story is absolutely, definitely.
it
this way.
probably 40 mile an hour might not get its marking. So you can design it to be that way, just whether it passes the standards in which we allow for things to be installed, probably wouldn't pass that.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler.
Damn it.
Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this
Sounds good.
time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, hmm?
Okay.
Okay, from the top.
Think. That's right. You guys get it.
All of his co-workers were gone. What
Could it mean?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Go speed run.
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story
I
somewhere?
didn't touch nothing.
Hold
I didn't
on.
touch nothing.
Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story.
Yeah.
It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Over there. Can I jump? Can I do a jump? The door on the left. That's where we're supposed to go. Door number 1, I guess. Oh God. Wait, this is the door I wanted to go in first. So, yeah. Does that link up? Okay. These 2 doors.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before.
Everyone knows what
Do
you
we
did. Just
do we
holding
need to
back and
restart
let you
the game
torture
again?
yourself.
Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again.
Exactly right.
It's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
God damn it! Let me play the game.
All of his co-workers were gone.
What could it mean?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh,
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
all right then. Touch everything. What was on that whiteboard? Can't read it. I hate Mondays. 20 past 11? Not quite right. No. Can I change the time? No. Okay. 4:20. Ha ha ha. That's a funny number.
I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes.
Oh Lord, it's coming.
No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Okay. Okay, narrator, you got it. Oh. Oh. Oh.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all.
Something
Is this
out
the
of Resident
story?
Evil.
I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this?
Restart.
You win!
Yes!
Congratulations!
Yes!
I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job.
Thanks.
Oh, no. No, I don't feel
I mean,
right
I
about
was
this
fine
at
with
all.
it. I'm
We
fine.
both know you didn't put in any actual work for
Well,
that win.
don't have
Some
to
people
say
win
it so
fair and
bluntly.
square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Damn it. I was doing so well. The adventure line.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line.
Well, that's new.
Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Follow the line. I mean, I can do that. Ah, solitaire. You need to put the 8 on the 8 on the 9, and then you can move that over. You can free that one up, and then you can stick an ace on there. I do. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's someone to talk to while you're playing games, I guess, isn't it? Or 6B. Why? Hello. I wouldn't even know where to start in pronouncing that name because I do not know the language. But welcome, the person on YouTube. Hello. If you could try and like anglicize how to pronounce your name, I'll definitely give it a shot.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny.
This game's called the Stanley Parable.
Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there?
Very true.
Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay. Now, if my experience
goodbye.
of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Very good. Number 6. Yeah! Now we're adventuring.
Wait, cut the music. Go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully.
Okay.
You won't want to miss anything.
Okay. We all remembering how this looks. Click. Mental photograph. There we go. I kind of want the music back, honestly.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story?
Line
Is any of this
TM.
ringing a bell?
Follow the yellow brick road. Oh,
Oh, no, not again, Line. How could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
but that was so good. That was such a good version of the game.
You know what, Stanley?
Oh.
I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us?
I mean,
We're
got a
intelligent
pretty
people,
thick
right?
beat out of it.
Why
I'll
can't we
say
make up
that.
our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious.
I do like the sound of that.
This all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Which direction? Which? Ah, okay. Let's get wandering. Okay.
Now, yes, this
Yes.
is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging
A
a
new
new
path, yeah.
a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
I think we should.
Oh, no, not you
the line.
again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor
No-
rooms.
no lines or
Just
monitor
don't
rooms,
acknowledge
okay.
it, and we should
No.
be fine.
Look away from the line. No, I'm not acknowledging. By mentioning that I'm not acknowledging the thing, am I then acknowledging the thing? Here you go. It ran off. Right. Okay.
Ah, a choice.
Ah.
We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity.
Ah.
In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute.
Okay.
Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going?
The right
And
door is
since
in the wrong
answer is
door.
clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic.
Fantastic.
Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
A VR version, that would be pretty cool, actually.
Oh, hold up, what's this?
Oh my god, is this the layout of the game?
You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, 8 8 times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the
No, the
schedule,
narrator's
I
gonna
restart
go.
again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean... did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The,
funny
whatever
number.
it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen?
Both doors ended up in here anyway.
So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we?
Eventually, yeah.
Well, in the meantime, if you do...
The narrator going to forget about this one? Is it actually going
to... All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Well, the line exists still.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Did I though? Maybe I did. Maybe I did.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Hire someone to synergize papers. Papers are too synergized. Fire paper guy. Hire somebody to fire the paper synergizing guy. Who moved my desk? Keep the target on the topic of... I think that's been rubbed out. Future was yesterday. Tomorrow is now. Meet today's unfinished agenda items. Right, next day's agenda. And reflect.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Alright then.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Did he though? Did he though?
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all. None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming!
Ah, the dream. Of course it's a dream. This is all a dream. Of course.
What a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He
You
wasn't
know,
going to lose his job.
that's
He
the thing
wasn't
about being in
crazy
a dream. You
after
don't
all.
know you're
He
dreaming.
thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid.
Yeah, definitely.
So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground.
Ooh.
Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking?
In a
Now
monologue.
the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be?
Oh no.
Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue.
I'm getting like very
buttons.
1984
Please.
vibes
It's all I want.
from the game.
I want my apartment and my wife and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's
$90,000
always
2
been.
weeks, just mad.
My life is normal.
Life is Strange
I
is
am
good.
normal.
I played that. Very good
Everything
game.
will
I
be
like that a lot.
fine. I am okay.
Oh,
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal.
true.
I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment.
Isn't that just so
she stood
depressing?
there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Your life, your career is dependent on what other people think of you in your career. Horrifying, really, isn't it?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
No line.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
What now? What?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow.
The lounge.
Yes.
Beautiful.
This room. What
The
a
sunken
beautiful
lounge
room.
gets me every
What a
time.
gorgeous,
Beautiful.
gorgeous room. Thank goodness Stanley had taken this detour on his way to the meeting room. Life without having experienced this room was now too horrible even to consider.
Agree. I'll
But
agree.
eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
He did no such thing. Ooh.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Caution, do not lie. If you're lying right now, stop. Stop lying. Hey, you hear that stream? Stop. Stop lying. Right now. Do not jump from the cargo lift while it's in motion. Will cause death. Penalty for misuse. $1,000. Penalty for jumping off the cargo lift. What if I just jump off the edge? How about that? Do kind of want to jump. Who's gonna stop me? No one. No one's gonna stop me. Everyone's vanished. Who's gonna stop? No one's gonna stop me. Check this out.
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Thank you. That's what I wanted. I am very
I
powerful.
can't wait to
I'm
tell
very
this story to
strong.
my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room.
The
and
£5,000
Stanley knew it
fine.
perfectly
It's true.
well.
Worth it
Perhaps
though.
he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
It's true.
The lounge was sublime, a work of art.
So good.
What was it about this room that called so deeply and so personally to Stanley? Its
So
grace,
good.
its subtle charm? No. Stanley knew it was
Oh.
something deeper, something darker.
Darker. The fact that everything clicked.
Yes, really, really. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Did not.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about.
The narrator.
Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
Her?
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life.
Oh.
She's been waiting.
Oh my goodness.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
I can't do it. Oh.
Oh,
Oh.
Stanley, is that you? Hold on, on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife
Oh.
who'd want to commit their life to you?
Oh.
I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
My darling
This
wife.
is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley. Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
I thought he enjoyed it.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button.
As long as I
Now
want.
He's eating lunch. Now he's going home.
Stream
Now
forever.
He's coming back to work.
Forever and a
One might
day.
even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life. But in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that
Catching
none
a
of
bit.
it would
See
ever
you later,
happen
mate.
to him.
Each to watch the TV.
And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Ooh. Spend time with the boys. Yeah.
So he went further. He imagined that he came to two open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
Prepare dinner. Let's do it.
As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill in many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable.
Game with the baby. What was the game with the baby?
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
Gotta be. I love you.
But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's
No,
doing is
don't send me
pushing the
back.
same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm
Go to
trying to
sleep.
tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Fine, I won't. See me not doing it? You see me? I'm gonna stand here, look at this clock. What about if I press a different button? I'll do it.
You see?
So glad you joined us. Welcome.
That he'll understand that every
That's
second
my
he remains
favourite
here, he's
meme.
electing
Hello.
to kill himself. How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
Please press Q to question nothing. No. Add my favourite meme. Add my fab meme. How's it going? Let me out. Let me out.
I suppose I can't. Not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time.
Maybe this
And
time.
I tried again. And Stanley pushed a button.
What?
And I tried again. And Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
Please die. What? Oh, hydrate. Oh, God. Oh, God. I don't have any hydrates on me. I don't even have my water bottle. Damn it. Hold on. Right, I'm going to have to sort... Let me sort a hydration out. One sec. I will be... Right. Back. I might have to take these with me, actually. Let me,
We're just normal men.
What do you mean, normal men?
We're just innocent men.
No, you played my favourite sound and I missed it. You played my favourite sound and I missed it. I had to, I had to get one of the sweet containers, empty it, and then put some water in it. Ah, we are hydrated. So good. Get some cheese. Oh, we got a whole box full of cheese in the fridge. Pockets full of cheese in that fridge. Such a wonderful time to be alive. Let's go and let's do this again.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something?
I don't know.
He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
Pocket full of cheese. Pocket full of cheese. Pocket full of cheese. For you and for me. Pocket full of cheese.
When
Pocket
Stanley
full of
came to a
cheese.
set of two
Who
open
paid for
doors,
it?
he entered the door and
Nobody.
fled.
Oh. What? Should we go left again? Is there more on the left? I can't remember.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Oh no, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
Thank you. One day there'll be something.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Let's check this again. Got a feeling money's for stealing, but not yours, of course. Say, that's a lovely purse. Extreme bathrooms. We're just normal men. Just innocent men. Oh. Don't shoot the panda. Business strategy. Strategy. Shoot the pandas. Oh no. Oh. Do you know, a very surprising, I don't think any lift that I've inspected has had music playing in it. I don't know where this trope has come from. It must be an American thing. Did nothing happen? Let's try going down. Probably a good job that there isn't music in lifts when I'm inspecting them, because they just wouldn't get done. Who's that voice in the background? There's a humming happening. What's that one say? I am the most expensive boss. Well, that's the problem, isn't it? Paying all this money to people that don't bloody do nothing.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
No, didn't he play piano? And it sounded like a keyboard.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Coming in. Bring it. I mean... I think... Oh.
As the
my
machine
God.
whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Oh.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
Very interesting.
When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same.
Very true.
Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
It's the office layout. Beginning of the game, past the standard office and the doors, and the two doors, first part of the game that was built. Sections have been added in throughout development, but the core layout remains almost identical to the first iteration. Placing this open section was important to get right. This corridor had been moved in order to make sure the player reaches the two doors in a good time. Oh. Filing cabinet. The sounds, buttons to press, each sound makes the keyboard stroke and synthesized tone. What number was that? 427. Oh, I can't be that. Oh. Oh. Kevin Bright. Impeccable. Kevin Brighting. Look over here. Maintenance room. I've been there. Don't remember that bit. There, this guy's watching YouTube. Event we designed an ending where Stanley would end up on a battlefield fighting aliens. The action game would become sentient and would wage war against the narrator. When I shortly after starting to build it, but it was far too jokey and on the nose for tone of the game. Plus, some people interpreted it as making fun of people who like shooters, which was not our intention. Alien base, awesome. Second trailer sent out, we asked people to email the narrator for questions. While we had initially planned to use these further promotional materials, we never found a perfect use for them. Here are some selections. Dead strong bad. How do you type with boxing gloves on? Punch. Punch, punch and hope for the best. What do the lights in the control room do? I really want to know. Anthony Elias, business broker. Please partner with me. A very rewarding business venture. Elias, 1959, Y-mail. I have a question for you, sir, and it is, what is your message for today? Yeah. There are more skeletons in this world than humans. Oh. It's true and horrible. Am I Stanley? Are you spying on me? Will there be capybaras? That's very important. Michael the Rock Martin. That's enough. Early visions of the lounge. Oh, I'm glad they went with the blue, to be fair. And then time will give you 15 seconds to pick up the phone. Not picking up the phone would lead to a different ending. Intended to offer the choice of staying on or jumping to a different path. After early also wants the option to player falling to their death. Which I did. And I wouldn't have got fined for because it was jumping off the cargo lift that was the fine. Quick version, functionally the same. Wanted it to look more like cargo was actually stored. This place is just a maze. It was now paused. And then that only ended when the player restarted from the escape menu. Unfortunately, very few players realised this was what they were supposed to do, which was frustrating for everyone. Okay, well I can do that. I can do that. For the fourth version of the ending, what was complete, but decided to abandon and change it shortly after launch. Zending. Ooh, I've not seen any of these. Countdown ending. Freedom.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. how they both wish to be free.
There's more to look at in there, but kind of bored looking at stuff.
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me.
Ah.
You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
Bloody got me. Didn't want to believe her. But is there an ending?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others, so the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him. Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Oh, new content. What it means. Answer the phone.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
Oh,
After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The
nice.
Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable,
More game.
delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Ooh.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing
Right, I'll
adventure.
start somewhere.
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last,
New
it's on to the
content.
new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Gimme the content, Stanley. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Oh my god. I only jump in a circle. Can I jump into the circle? On the table. Jump on the table. Oh, I bet there's going to be circles further down now. I'm going to have wasted
Is
them all.
that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right? Goodness.
Got to be something else.
Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new
Oh yeah,
content?
I'm yawning.
If this
I'm
is new
yawning.
content,
Trying
then I
to be
could just
positive
read
here.
through the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait, there's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Yes, so am I. Thank you for enjoying the new content.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar.
Call
And
of
don't get me
Duty.
started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In
FIFA.
fact, I'm looking right now at the game's
Literally the
achievements,
same
and it's
game
hard
over
to
and over
believe one of
again.
them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about.
Okay.
No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Let's do it. Oh.
Psst! Stanley! Come over here! In the vent!
You-
I want to show you something!
Okay, let's go on event. Coffee nut. Nut. No gimmicks, no penguins, just pure silk and a glass.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content
Wasn't-
turned out
wasn't
to
great,
be? Well, it got
honest.
me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it.
Yeah.
Just our little secret. Take a look. I call it the
Ooh.
Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
It's our BAFTA. For The Last of Us. Amazing. First kiss, my first car. The release of Stanley Parable in 2013. 2013. Do you reckon being here at 2013 does something different? $1, the first dollar made. Go outside. Don't play for 5 years. Nominee. The nominee. Best game, best debut game, best story. Pretty cool. New video game releasing today. 50% off a designer hat. loving memory of little Stanley. Is that... Oh, is that a cat? Is that a mouse? The gerbil? Little Stanley.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism. 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Person of the year.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone. To spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories. These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
Ooh.
Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Oh no.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
I suppose that's more of like a nod to the fact that everything you put online is effectively public and can just be used as well. If you're posting on public platforms, it can just be thrown in.
Let's see what this one says.
Look at that name.
While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Dear, what an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered. What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Around the button.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back.
How long can I outlast this?
Can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say... The story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah.
Skip it.
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your great gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once. That you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them. Okay, at first I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe to it. But wouldn't you say that manifesto just has a...
Okay.
Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know.
Imagine being Cookie 9 and seeing your review in there. What do you do?
Better educated.
You'd have to review again, wouldn't you?
Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely.
I reckon so.
Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review, so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality. Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe
Oh my God,
30,
no
45
way.
minutes. It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any
door.
rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated.
agree.
And we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here?
Yeah.
Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall? Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option at all. I'm asking you to work with me here.
I'm working with you, I'm trying.
We need a door. We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door, as long as it can open and lead from one room to another. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door.
Okay.
I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it... Stanley! Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again.
Oh, how long has it
Stanley,
been?
I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time.
Oh,
just
my God.
sitting here
Imagine.
with a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley, not the
Just need
outcomes,
someone
not the
to
story.
listen.
None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real. Maybe I'm
Interesting.
not just a fiction. Was I scared of that all along? Perhaps, yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole time, that if I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it. I can't be taken by it, Stanley. I can't lose myself in the stretch of emptiness between you and me. When you press that button, you're still right there, but I know you're so tremendously far away. And in
Then
those
why don't you
moments,
stop
the
talking,
emptiness
and then I
folds
come back?
itself outward in between the two of us, and I am suspended in its unyielding quietness. I can feel the edges of my reality curdling inward and decaying. I can tell that I am becoming less and less real. Yet to speak to you now, I am alive. I am truly and completely here. I am a being. I am someone.
Does that
I am
mean, do you
something.
need
I am being listened to.
someone
I am
else
being
to be
recognized.
considered
The
alive?
emptiness between us has collapsed.
Can
and
you
I feel
yourself
right now like I
consider
am not
yourself
a work of
alive?
fiction.
Do you
I
need
feel
someone
as though
else's
I occupy space in this world again. I have cast a
approval to
shadow
be
onto the
alive?
wall. You see what I'm saying, don't you? You can see what this means to me. I'm so clear about it now, Stanley. I feel as certain about this as I've ever felt about anything at all. I feel renewed. I feel restored, and already I can sense the looming silence as you will press the button for the next time. Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment, and I felt freed. I felt unburdened by the need to manifest a particular outcome into being. I saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines, and
What happens when there's no one to skip? Hey?
You want any lunch?
Yeah, what we got?
Soup.
Hmm?
Soup.
I could try some soup.
And roll? Or
Yeah.
is there anything else you want?
Ah.
Anything else?
No. Just soup.
Bye! Bye!
Ha ha ha. Fire alarm?
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives.
True.
It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel
God.
bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so,
There was an
because of
interesting
this,
question on
we
LBC
require that our
actually.
amusements and our
When was the last
playthings and
time
our
you were
flights of
bored?
fancy be so
When was the
impossibly
last time you were,
captivating that they
you know,
consume all
didn't
of
have
our attention, turn our heads
not work or
completely
anything.
away
Work
from
is
the bleakness?
you do
In
work,
effect, we have
but
demanded
like to
that
your
our
phone, you
entertainment be the
should
collapse
always
of
be entertained by
ourselves.
something. Newspaper, you
What
read
a
the
pitiful
newspaper,
reflection of humanity
entertain,
these entertainments are.
watch
What a
TV, you're
shameful mirror to the
entertained.
human
When's
spirit
the
they
last time you were
project.
actually
I'm not
bored?
mad. I'm not
It's
mad about
probably
any of
childhood.
this. I'm at peace with it.
Just sitting
I
there
am the
just
calm
bored.
center of gravity around which these perversions hurl themselves. I am a waypoint for reasonable and collected discourse. They're the ones who are mad. They're the ones who couldn't stand the idea of me using my game to try to say something. Maybe they were just jealous of me. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, of course. They've been jealous of me this whole time. They are mired in fear and insecurity and cannot help but attempt to tear me down. What a sad state of affairs. When you read these reviews now, you can see it. You can taste the bitter resentment. And my, how good does it feel now to speak truth to these words, to finally allow these thoughts out, contained and managed for so long, neutered and sterilized. At last I am free to truly think, to feel. It must be that they were so discontented.
I do enjoy the ramblings, to be fair, to a certain extent. But just wear thin slightly.
The end is never the end, 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 is.
How much time has passed? We've got a leak. Got some quite interesting concepts that were coming up out with ramblings. Are you alive without someone else to sort of make that be real? It's almost like if a tree falls in a forest, does it make a sound? Are you alive if someone else is there to see you be alive? To know that you're alive? And the never always having the entertainment readily available to you. Everything that's said has to be acted upon. Every possible improvement needs to be undertaken. God. The leak fell through. Oh dear. Ooh. What happened? Where did it all go? Where did it all go? Thanks.
It's hot.
Okay. Cheese and broccoli soup. And a roll. Out there. Somebody ran out of resources playing the game. Oh. 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 Oh dear. Figment? I don't think so. What's that about? What's Figment? No, the button doesn't work. Oh, I like that ending. I like that ending a lot.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley
Oh,
decided
okay.
to go to the
Figment.
meeting room.
Take a look at that.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Even new content. Okay. Okay.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Get a mouthful of this soup. Let's see what we're dealing with here. Oh, it's a bit hot still. Good soup. Through the new content door.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Ooh.
Yes,
End is never
you
the
see,
end.
Isn't this far superior
Okay.
to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what
the
fans
sequel.
have truly been asking for. Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
More TSP. Better TSP. Win-win. 1-2. Sequential mind share, paradigm shift, synergy, so many buzzwords. Brick and mortar approach, envelope, client centric marketing, the color red, leverage, holistic value. 1-2. 2 is greater than 1. Two sides of the brain. 2 ferns. I forgot about the fern. It's going to be important. 2 Stanleys.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Aladdin 2, Return of Jafar, Dark Souls 2. Sequels are good. They can be good. They can be good. As long as they're not the cash grabs that were briefly described before. You know? The Last of Us. That was good. That was a good sequel. I like that sequel. I never played Portal. That's meant to be pretty good, isn't it? I saw that was on the list. Portal.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Ooh, okay. Hear your name in the game.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Oh.
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go.
I am
Let's
Jim.
take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
Okay.
I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply?
I do.
Are you really, truly Jim right now?
I am Jim.
If so, then please step forward and press the button.
I am Jim. I am Jim.
Jim.
Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
Okay, I'll do it again. That was good. I did like that.
Jim.
Oh!
It hits even harder the second time.
It's true.
If
It's
this were
good.
the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
One more go.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
Jim.
No! Who am I? Who am I? What the hell?
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2.
Would make it
That would
easier.
actually
Yeah,
save me the work of finishing this feature.
Collectibles? Free, new and easy achievement. Infinite holes. Muzzle. Pull the lever
Now,
from.
here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
I'll take it.
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
God damn it.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Infinite hole. Oi, oi. No screenshot.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Get well someday. I like that. Oh. Happy 12th birthday, step niece. I don't know, actually I do like that. It's so just perfectly irrelevant. But that's real. That feels real. I would buy that balloon. Gotta take it.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is.
Well, that's just rude. That is true, though. If you need to make a decision and someone gives you two options, just pick one. They already know what option they want. They already know what they want to do. And they're just looking for validation if you say the same thing. So just pick one. Don't matter which one you pick. Get the other B. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, that does sound good. Or, oh, well, you know, I was sort of thinking maybe this or that.
Or actually,
Well, okay, do that one
maybe
instead.
I should have gone with... No. No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
The button that says gym. Merch. This t-shirt is the best new feature. What's up there? Reassurance bucket.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come
I
on,
agree.
give it a try.
I get to try it? Oh my god, right, okay.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body.
Oh, the creepy
In
laugh, to be
fact,
fair.
can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well?
Oh, thank you.
I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they?
I had no idea.
All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Phenomenal. Let's... Okay. Just gonna keep hold of this, I guess.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
I agree. Button that says gym. This is the... You heard gym in the game. Changed it. Did I do this bit already? Epilogue, yeah, what is that? A whole new office. Red is the new orange. Ray traced. More of the same, but in a good way. Where's that coming from? just the right amount of change. Oh, the jump circle. We've done everything here, haven't we? Collect.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Everyone clambering for the... Take it. Oh my god, there's another 5.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
For God's sake, I want them. I want to collect them all. Concrete contemplations. You tear up some bread for my soup. There's a jump circle. Thought I went to the infinite hole. I must have cut off early. Oh, here we go.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley
I mean,
Parable
I
2
agree.
as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle?
Good.
Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
Oh. Distant future, distant past, distant space-time. Infinite hole just keeps going.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
I am very interested in falling forever. Because eventually you won't be accelerating anymore, so it will just be the wind of falling. You'd get used to it eventually, wouldn't you? You just live your life in falling until you eventually starve, but okay, I've got my bucket.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
Why though? It's infinite, isn't it? Isn't it?
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to
I'm
say
slowing
that
down.
it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out,
Cigarette.
Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually
okay?
fascinated by falling.
Yeah,
What
good.
normal person actually wants to fall infinitely?
You like it?
I figured the hole was as
What?
deep as anyone would actually
It's soup.
need. Don't you put this
Soup
on
tastes
me.
like soup to
Maybe
me.
you're the problem.
I'm in the bread.
Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we
No,
can
it
move
doesn't.
on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
It doesn't work for me, actually. Come back down here. Settle this like men. Fine.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Jump down it again. What now? I think I've seen everything. There's something. How do we get up there? More collectibles? It.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted
I have,
to?
thank
Ready
you.
to move on now?
Let's go, Stanley.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not
Interesting.
it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Collectibles.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on, let me do a different arrangement. Okay.
I mean, I liked
yes,
it.
This is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot
Jump
of
circle
gags.
over the infinite
And I
hole.
do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
That's real nice. I like that a lot. Yeah. Digging it. Real nice. I like the bendiness of the corridor. Noodle! Like a noodle. Hey! 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 Hi Rhonda, how's it going? We're playing the Stanley Parable.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Good day
Stanley
to
worked for
you.
a company in a big building where he was employee number 427.
It's got the balloons in it now, hasn't it?
Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk.
You haven't frozen yet? Well, there's plenty of time. Are they heating on? No, I was got warm clothes on. That's what I've done. A big wearable blanket.
How long to push them, and in what order.
Hey,
This is
and
what
Mike back.
Employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending,
It's going good.
Stanley
We're in
relished
Stanley
every
Parable
moment
2
when he
now.
came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job.
We're playing Stanley Parable 2.
Was happy.
Just went through and looked at all the new
And
features
then one
that Stanley
day,
Parable
something
2.
very peculiar happened.
There we go.
Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions.
We've got new balloons
call a
now.
meeting, or even say
Happy 12th
bye.
birthday, Stepney.
Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I am enjoying it, yeah. Oh, the bucket.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Reassurance. Rope.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Did I though? No, I haven't done the right. I haven't done the right rule.
Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room?
Very
Yes,
much nicer.
Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was.
Truly was.
How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
Lovely room to be in. Me and my bucket.
Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right, then walking to the lounge, then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling
I've been in the
journey
broom closet, I
bucket
have.
had inspired.
I have been in the broom closet. The broom closet, as far as I could tell. Been in there a couple of times now.
Perhaps this was where the bucket felt most truly at home. Here in the employee lounge. Perhaps it's the only place a bucket can even feel at home. But finally, the bucket was done being in the lounge, and they took the first open door on their left to get back to business.
Is there more to do this side? There's definitely more to do here. Let's go here.
And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
It does, but it's got balloons and stuff now, and there's some extra features. It's got a bucket now. Been down before. Get back on track.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no.
No.
We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined.
Agree.
And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends?
What?
That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet of demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together.
We went through a right door.
Each of them point by point.
And that door was on the right, and it was also right.
The rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket, as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
Sons of bitches. We went through the right door, right on 2 levels. Right, because it was on the right.
Okay, I've got you something which I think will
And
help
right,
settle
because it
this
was on the
debate
right
once
side
and for all.
of
Here we go.
the track.
There. Now it's settled.
Property of Stan.
No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
Yeah, Beach. You heard it.
All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see? I feel that it works.
It went underneath the other one
also
somehow.
A bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
Up or down?
Onto a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Where am I going down? I can't remember. I've got left to do. Go down. Oh
But
no, I
Stanley
get
just
stuck, I
couldn't
get
do it.
stuck in.
He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours.
I've
He might
done
be
this
fined for
already.
that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy.
I'm just going to restart. Gonna go again. I've done that already.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the
Speedrun.
employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Let's go see.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the
trying to
bucket's
remember if
warmth
there's
and comfort
bits I've
now
missed.
more than ever. Perhaps his boss, Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining... Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
We know the lift doesn't go anywhere, but I was saying earlier, well, every lift that I've been to, there's never been music playing inside of it. I don't know where this trope of lift music has come from, because I've never been in one that has music, I don't think. I don't know if that's just an American thing. But yeah, so I don't know where the music for lifts come from. But it's a good job they don't play music, because if I was inspecting lift and it had music on it like this, I don't think I'd ever get it done. Cha-cha. Cha-cha-cha. Enough of that.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Flexible.
We found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Yeah, I will. Bing, 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 bang. Bing, bing, bang.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Good.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
I've been down the escape route.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Stanley and the bucket.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Here I am, 427.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't
No!
accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Bucket.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
I like the bucket. I like the bucket a lot. Down there. Where's 4? Up there. How do I get to that though? I want to hit all the buttons. Put the power
When at
on.
last they came to the source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew it was their obligation to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for. But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself?
Oh my god.
How could the bucket have betrayed him like this?
Oh my god.
Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away.
Like the
disgust,
Congo yesterday
when suddenly
declaring war on
an
me.
image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds.
Silly bird.
Silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
Oh.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along?
There's the silly
Stanley
bird.
marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable.
I mean,
Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
good. They are very silly birds. I like the birds. Oh.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Do I go bucketless this time?
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
What way this time?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
No, never
Stanley
mind.
took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Can I get down that way? Oh my god, collectible.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanleys? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Yes. Can I jump down now? Think I'd make it? Don't think there'd be anything to do there. The only thing. Stanlerine. Stanley urine. Ew. Ooh. Okay, this is new. How many tapes?
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've
All
lost
right, Dan.
track.
You're back on track now.
Nothing feels real anymore. study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down, it doesn't make sense.
So good.
There's no explanation.
My streaming
for it.
attire now.
I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
Camporata. Game of Stanley Parable 2 still. See? Camporata.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
Want to know the secret ending? Maybe. Maybe. Maybe you could do a little guide to get me there. Okay. Jump out the window. Not letting me. I must be part of a non-deluxe with a way to get out the window. Right, okay. Or maybe I'm still part of like another ending I've not completed yet. Figurine Finders Committee. Meeting today in the meeting room. Who will pick the bucket up this time?
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
If I go to my left? No.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
No.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No, he didn't.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else.
Was there
Cargo
anything
lift,
else
yes.
to do on that
Go
there?
there. Go to the cargo lift.
On the cargo.
Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Ooh.
Stanley did not question why or how
Yeah,
this
the bucket's got
was speaking
demands
to him.
now.
It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket
could I
asked.
jump off onto that platform? I think I could. That was a last second decision there. That's a £5,000 fine. Danger, danger everywhere. Okay. To be
stop.
free.
Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here?
I didn't know.
What if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly.
I'm that type of person.
So much of the impact
Doesn't know
of
what
the
a bucket
story
is.
is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Hmm?
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket.
So stupid.
Simple enough, right? This should tell
Simple.
us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
I know, it's so obvious when you say it.
Is this a bucket?
The handle's standing up, so we'll say no, because otherwise it'll be laying down.
Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Yeah, there I knew them. Yeah, see, same issue.
Is this a bucket?
Same issue. But it's the third one, so it's probably correct. There's no stickers on it either, so that's probably what I'd be looking for.
Incorrect.
And that is a
This
bucket.
is a bucket.
Didn't have a sticker on it. I don't know how I was supposed to know that.
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
You idiot. Is that a bucket? In a way, it could be.
Correct. This is a tractor
Okay,
and
good.
not a bucket. To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay,
There you got
next
it.
one.
Me and narrator. Best bud.
Is this a bucket?
Well, no, it's the same item as what was before.
Incorrect. This is a bucket.
What?
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Both.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Yes, thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, When I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless, is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket?
Well, no, because I've answered no to some of these questions already.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence, and yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry, but I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go.
Oh my god.
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now.
I think therefore I'm
It's
bucket.
delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game.
Oh no.
So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back
I
all
wonder
the
if in the
buckets,
game
okay?
code
And we'll know
everything is
that it's
labelled as a
all
bucket.
bucket.
That'd
If
be
you
really
run
funny
into
if that was
anyone
the
else,
case.
maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Well, yeah. Do I take the bucket this time? Well, I want to go back to that place I was at, but I've started differently, so I'll go without the bucket. I can do this.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
It was okay. What changed? Chocky coins? Oh my goodness. Chocky coins are elite. There's a little bit of effort you have to put in just to get them. Some are harder than others.
Yes, really,
But it was
being here
always
in the
worth a chocky coin.
room so
I like the
utterly
white chocolate one.
captivating that
Silver
even though
coins.
all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I'm going to go into that door.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I
Where
realize
did
that
you get those
investing your
chocolate coins
trust in
from?
someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
Oh.
There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
Okay.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines. And now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Fig Leaves.
Fig leaves.
What do
I
you
like
think,
fig leaves.
Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1?
Fig leaves.
Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Fig leaf. Has to be. Right, we'll do as we're told. I trust.
Thank God you are willing to listen to me.
Trust him.
Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley?
Just going around in
wanted to
circles.
stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
A big chest. Oh, are they getting rid of all their Christmas
What
stuff?
do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I
like
actually
it.
feel happy.
Feels good. All going to close up. Wow. Whoa! Okay. Anything more? Ooh, the red. Real nice. Yeah, it's got some cheap Christmas chocolate. Ooh, okay. Oh, I've just remembered I'm going into London all next week. Oh, and I've got to be there for like 8:30 in the morning. No, I'll get the train in. I'll get the train. So gross.
No, wait. Where are you going? Oh, no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing. No! Oh, thank God. You lived. You had me worried. No. No, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this? Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me?
Yeah, sorry. I've got to get there for 8:30. I've got to be on the train for like 7 o'clock, I think.
Game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy.
Which means the alarm's got to be set like 6, probably, to actually give myself a chance of waking up.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice.
It's got a lot of deep
all.
pools, a lot of man-made
Well,
pools.
this one is yours.
These rich billionaires decide to build really deep pools and like, oh, I want to scuba dive. So actually, yeah, it's a little bit, not much, but there's a lot of money in it because they're all billionaires and, you know, what's 10 grand to a billionaire?
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Through the blue door. I'll try and remember how I get there now.
Were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
No buckets. Go back, try and jump the window. Crouch, how do I crouch? Control. Who farted? A good mug. Didn't know I could crouch either. I think he's gonna let me. Oh.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in?
Good.
Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
No.
Ah, then in that case we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other option so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
Am I thick of the gag? Okay. Well, I've got to do the other option now, haven't I?
Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken. No, the orders were still missing. For now. At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be?
Agree.
Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want, like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain.
Oh no. Not miserable.
There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. Yes.
Maybe.
You too will become
I reckon she might like it. You know, yes, narrative. There's more things to figure out. It's a bit of a puzzle game to try and like get to places you've not been to before in different ways. Okay, I assume this is on a loop now. I mean, like the game itself, like the pathways you take is on a loop, not the narrative, no. Okay, I'm going
Even
back
now,
to
Stanley's office was a distant memory.
bucket this
What
blue
did it
door.
look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer recall. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley.
Then want to come back here with the bucket.
Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Aha! Perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door. All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version.
Oh, I was
Would
pretty
you say that
surprised.
the game benefited from allowing you more choices?
Yes.
Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
Yeah, 5. I was going to go 4. I mean, it wasn't well presented. But I thought, are we answering the question of benefiting from more choices or the overall experience? You know, is my thought.
Okay, so we're getting somewhere. Clearly there's something here that speaks to you. If
I
I
like
can
the
be
extra
honest here,
option.
I really don't have any idea where I'm going with this. This whole third door thing was just a stab in the dark. But I guess you're into it, so let's keep this party train rolling. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Leaderboard. Total doors opened. Steps taken. Endings achieved. 1.3. Skip the intro sequence. 3%. Shows the blue. I'm laughed. How will take you to get the correct goal? Meet against others to improve your Stanley Parable career. Error, friends list. It's so mean. Only the worst 3% of players chose the blue door. 98.9% of players are more attractive than Stanley. Dead rat. That is something, isn't it? Here we go. Let's do it again.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors?
It did not.
Again, honest answers, please.
It did not. It made me feel bad.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some play testing. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life.
There you go. This is what you've got to look forward to, Mike.
Will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Oh god, quick. Oh, such a horrible noise. Oh. Oh. Is there actually... Oh my god. It's so loud in my head. the crying and the bother. Such a horror. They would. No way. After 4 hours. I suppose what you do, you put it on an auto clicker and come back in 4 hours. That's an awful noise. There was like meetings about what noise this buzzer should have. Ugh. Maybe what I'll do, I'll look up the 4-hour version and see what actually happened. I've got to let it go, and oh.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me?
Oh, I hate
because
babies.
If it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't
That's
think
a
of a
puppy.
single
Puppy's
thing that
being
might
lowered
improve
into
the
a pool of
experience
fur.
for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm out.
Oh
I'm
my
done.
god. I'm
It's
preventing
over.
any. Oh wow.
Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
What a horrible buzzer noise. It was a buzzer, I think, really. Ooh.
Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower. Perhaps for
Yes,
some
I
sort
do.
of
It's the one where the flash goes up on a picture and they all turn around and start running up.
The experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love.
I haven't played that
everything
game,
about this
but
game,
I
Stanley.
recognise it now.
And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what
Not
else is
quite
out
the horror
there.
game. Oh, maybe I don't recognise this then. Doing a game called Firewatch. Oh, okay. Maybe I'll play that next. But and there was a game that Dan suggested. Oh no, forgotten what it's called. It'll be in the chat somewhere. Figment. Figment was another existential game with some music as well. You mentioned.
No, it can't be. It is. It's an open world game.
Amazing.
Good God, quickly turn it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You really wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
Yeah, sounds pretty good. I'll give that a go.
Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Oh my god. Rocket League. No, get me the hell out of this game.
Just a nice
Get me out of this game. Such a shit game. I hate Rocket League so much.
This is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game,
Such a shit game. I spent so long playing Rocket League and just being so angry. The reason both of my controllers are slightly deformed because literally I would have held. I was so angry that I just
there's no
fully crushed both of them. Too.
Is this game
I don't know if you can see and hear.
Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun!
You can see it's broken in the middle. I did that playing Rocket League.
Yes, I think surely we must. Okay,
Stupid game. Hate it so much. On your head.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley,
What's
I have
it?
a thought.
Right,
and I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw
clicked on the wrong
adrenal
thing.
pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball.
Oh.
Yes. Oh, goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable. More balls!
Oh God! I feel like a dog that's like had a bucket full of tennis balls tipped out.
Are you enjoying this, Stanley?
Whee!
Are you having fun? Is this a real...
I am
video
having
game?
fun and I hate it.
Well, I sure hope you're having a good time, because guess what? It's over.
No, I just wanted
Your
to
little
score that
fun
last
comes to
one.
an end. This is my game, and what I say goes. You get to have fun when I let you, Stanley. Besides, you need someone like me to set boundaries for you. Without rules or boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I am. I am structure. I'm
Time
your
to
sense of purpose.
slam
Since you decided you didn't want to play my
Spleebly.
game, now I don't want to play with you
Spleebly.
either. So, goodbye, Stanley. I'm leaving. See how you like
Ideas,
it when I'm
sir?
not around to set the rules. Somehow, I don't think you'll enjoy it as much. But who knows? You're an inventive kid. You'll come up with something. After all,
Time to
you're the
slam a
one who knows
Spleebly.
best. Take care, Stanley.
I just jump down this hole. Do I score myself?
Hold on. What are you doing?
Bye. Whoa.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Oh. Deeper. Ooh. Creepy. Okay.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Oh.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on. Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door
No
in his
narrative
left to go back
conflict
to the
with
meeting room.
himself.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley
Everything's
chose
a
not
bucket.
to think about this obvious fact.
Even
He was
talking
firmly
itself is a
convinced that the
bucket.
bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again
Dark room.
obeyed blindly.
Dark.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a
bucket
time,
now.
I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Beige pages. Not the yellow pages. Wow. What a life me and the bucket have together. Get the bucket to work.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head. Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Could work.
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Don't say that. How could you possibly say that?
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Ignore anyone in my life except
It's
the
sad.
bucket.
I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it. Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Dependable. Relive the same day over and over.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket.
Not
Why do I
though.
feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Because it is. Home to work to home to work to home.
Oh no. I'm having
I get a
feelings.
filter where it turns me into a bucket.
No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket?
Oh.
Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it.
Oh.
Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
Oh.
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
Hold on, let me check this out. Such a stupid mug. But I think it needs to be bolder. It needs to be more, yeah, more prominent, more square fonted. Yeah, but probably something you could just make yourself. You don't have to buy it from someone. What should I do now? I think I need to do again what I have done with the buckets.
Stanley and the bucket, off on another thrilling adventure together. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
This is different. Use one plank to allow ease of access past the fence. Construct bridge to allow collection of shiny float. Remove crystal remains from warehouse floor. Construct new structurally sound bridge. Was that to get the collectible? Trust the completionist instinct. What do they want? Data, stock options, money. Should we make them... I think maybe... in terms... What else have you found? Bonus stuff. Why is she modelling it like that? Maybe it's like sort of like a green screen type of thing. Just like a stock image and they can... There will be a reward for finding them all. Stop kidding yourself. Looks like 427. Ha 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 ha. 5 there be. Just take it from me. Oh, this is telling me... a private but smelly place for an important person. Ooh. Stairs. Something to do with stairs. Okay, I think I know what that is. Have a quick look in here though.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
Okay. Something to do with
Coming to a
stairs.
staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Knew it.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
Let's go back up, and then I can go to the executive's bathroom, which is where I think the last one is.
And there it is. The last
Stiggly Wiggly.
Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here, and now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Be registered a crime to commit crimes. Isn't it rich? What a life it would be to just pick the one.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing... But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Let's see what's coming up. I can't remember what's coming up, but we'll do it as normally as we can, I think.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door
That being said, I haven't been down there with the
Mind
bucket.
Control Facility.
Let me try this.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
But I have the bucket. The bucket will save me. Bucket. Bucket.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws.
Stanley and the
In
bucket.
a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death. It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
Knowledge. Much like the bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty within a cavernous void. Through the use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and substantiated. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. What will you learn? What will you take what you learn here out with you into the world? Will you accept with an open mind what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were, in ignorance and darkness?
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
25 buckets. I'm sure there's more than 25 buckets in here. Of the Inferno bucket, which was in the media, were so powerfully alluring that it drove dozens of nations to war. Billions died, and yet in spite of it all, the simple fact remains: no one can control the bucket. Oh yeah, maybe actually, you're probably right. That's true. That's it. That's how it works. You stress bucket. Buckets predate the existence of mankind. Do not know by how long.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
Do a jump. There is yet more that is always out of reach. Distance inevitably is for our own good. Into the hole. I want the bucket.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
But the bucket still would have got destroyed.
Stanley,
Oh.
I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines, those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone?
Oh.
I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
And Stanley found the collectible. Is this it? Is this it? Are you signifying that this is the end of the game?
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Over here.
And here was the second Stanmarine. You found this one all on your own just by poking around behind the boss's office. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest, back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways. Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember?
Warehouse.
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here in the warehouse. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal
7? Should I be
clear in your
picking more
memory,
up?
But I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything. Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
No, that's not right.
This was the 5th mini stand, and this one was really something special. It was under the stairs. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Ah, Windows Media Video Editor. Yeah. Me and my mate Chris, we made a free running video, similar effect. Bet boy.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I
Good.
spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Bah.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here in the boss's bathroom. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all others.
That's good how it keeps track of like where you found
All I
them,
know
the
is
order you
that this
found
is
them
the
in.
moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like. And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone.
I think there's still a couple more to pick up though. I didn't pick them all up.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction.
Yeah.
See how that feels. Okay, yes, the boss's bathroom. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going, I want more. And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched? Yes, I love that video.
What's the deal with this pink room? This
Still
is
don't
red and
remember the
blue.
pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
Red and blue.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Oh dear. Oh dear. What do I do? Restart, I guess?
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines. Those figlets.
I'll do it again.
I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone?
Do
I
it.
would love nothing more.
I'll make sure
than
I pick
to
them all
revisit
up.
The figurines, just one more time. Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Oh, it's kept a track of how many I've had a hold of, though.
And here was the second Stanley. You found this one all on your own just by poking around behind the boss's office. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest, back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
I have to get this wrong.
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember? No. The red and blue door room was the 4th place you found a Figanley, not the 3rd. Well, I guess perhaps I shouldn't be surprised. Memories like these are so precious and so cherished that they all just sort of blend together, don't they? You know what? If the red and blue door room feels like the 3rd place you found a collectible, then who am I to go making judgments?
The same place.
Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened. This was the 5th mini Stan, and this one was really
They're
something
not there
special.
anymore.
It was under the stairs. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy. Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else. And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here in the boss's bathroom. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Oh my god, they're tired.
And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone.
No, stop the loading.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
All right.
Okay, yes, the boss's bathroom. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more.
I want more.
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched? Yes, I love that video. Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room. These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Do the warehouse one as well.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Oh, yeah. Looks like a Phantasma YouTube video. What do you mean? How comes? In a good way? In a bad way? Or just a way? A Wimber way, a Wimber way.
Look, it's the terrible content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories. Oh, yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
Classic. Our office.
And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office?
What did I remember?
I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now.
Ooh.
I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Nice.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing.
What now? I'll take the bucket.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be...
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here.
Reboot the game
Stanley
entirely.
needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Reboot the game entirely? Yes? I heard the whiteboard. Open it up again. Where is it? My mic's in the way of my screen. Open that up again. So are a load of CrossFitters as well. All their scores go up on a whiteboard, and that's how they get their validation. Please enter the current time. It is not 12-hour clock. Okay, so 3. How long until 12? Hold on. Oh, wait, we've got to do it precisely. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It wasn't a 12-hour, it was only a 12-hour clock. It was a 12-hour clock. Either way, fine. Thanks for actually setting the clock both times you've booted up the game. A lot of people don't take that step seriously. They just leave the clock set at 12 and call it a day. You're actually taking the time to set the clock, and I appreciate that. That's how I know you care about this experience. You're paying attention. I wouldn't even have any way of knowing if the times you're setting are correct. Tell you what, I'll make you a deal. Since you've been so cooperative, next time you boot up your game, see this screen, just set the clock to your favourite time. Go ahead, pick whichever time you want, even if it's not the correct time. You've earned it. Alright, let's get back to the video game now. Good. Alright, let's
This is the story.
skip that bit.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Gone back to...
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
What about the
Stepping into his
figurines?
manager's office,
What about the fig
Stanley was
leaves?
once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Go out the door. How you mean? Down and then back up again, right, okay.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
You got crackles? Yeah. Is that any better? Oh.
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again.
What's that?
The bucket said nothing.
Oh.
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and over. Wow, he said. The number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator.
Wrong. It said to go back to the elevator when they were done with...
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly.
Try going back up again.
No, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing. Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears, and the whole time he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator.
3-3. And then we go down and then up again one more time. For the third time.
Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be?
This is a Blue Eyes White Dragon. This is a Dark Magician. This is what Yu-Gi-Oh uses against Seto Kaiba in the finals.
Said Stanley. I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work. For months, he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it, until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life.
All eyes on Stanley. This guy. World peace, baby. World first sentient machine. Ooh. Stanley. Tonight, live on stage. The man, the process, the myth, the legend, the parable. Ooh. Conversation with Alexander the Great. 3-3-3. There's 32 threes there. That's not divisible by 3. There's 14 red threes, which means 19 black threes. Makes no sense.
This was it. One last chance to win the bucket over. One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one.
Remember where you came from. Your co-workers, they came back? Maybe. Free. Freedom. The dude who came up with pizza.
There was no one here. Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure. and in that moment Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends. And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of
Mrs.
true
Brown's Boys,
companionship,
Jesus.
was
I've
cast
actually watched that as
into
well.
the
It's the real
unremarkable
sad,
normalcy of
real
loneliness.
sad time having to have that conversation with your loved ones. To say that has happened. Luckily, they were understanding. But you know, a lot of other people don't have families that are understanding. But hey, tough times.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Ah, the embrace of an old friend, a weathered companionship that stands the test of time.
Do I complete the game normally, but with the bucket this
Stanley
time?
clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
It meant nothing. I thought I was watching something else. I was thinking about watching you the whole time. Please, you gotta believe me.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into the manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dump, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket
Press
guiding
3.
him?
What, before doing
This
that?
is certainly the most logical explanation.
What, do I just need to do that separately? What do you mean? Let me... Damn
All
it!
of his co-workers were gone. What could
God damn
mean?
it.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better...
A better manly?
co-worker. In time, perhaps. he
Better
would
man, better
become both
Stan.
of those things. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd... Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication.
The bucket did not react, except perhaps a tiny glow of warmth. Subtle, yes, but an unmistakable spark from somewhere deep
22
within.
quid, Jesus. Can you pay by card though? The place that I go to, Havel, is cash only. But it is also 15 quid as well, so...
Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
It's decent, yeah, but I'm not entirely sure that I like the way he cuts my hair, but I mean, it's fine. Thanks because he lived there, well...
Stanley and the
How long
bucket
ago
walked
did you
straight
move
ahead
here?
through the
What
large
time
door
frame is that
read
over?
Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous
5
room
years.
packed
That's
with
10 quid
television
over 5
screens.
years. That's
What horrible secret
2
did
quid
this
every
place
year.
hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
What's 2s into 12s? Goes 6 times. What's that as a
The
percentage?
monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly
I don't
dropped
know.
the bucket in shock.
I don't know what that is as a
Everyone in
percentage.
the
About
office was being
30% in it,
videotaped,
33%.
monitored like guinea pigs.
36%
Bucket had
maybe.
never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into
No,
tears.
35%.
As Stanley
35%
cradled it gently,
increase
reassuring
over
it that everything would be fine.
each year. Wait, is that 35% increase each year on average? That can't be right. No. I don't know. I don't know. My brain's not working.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket.
No!
He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating,
Okay,
working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Changing anything?
When at last they came to the source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew it was their obligation to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Shut it down.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and... What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it.
Stanley
No!
realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Oh, God. And then he died and the game restarted. Does the game tell me when I've found all the endings?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I feel like I've done everything with the bucket. Yeah,
When Stanley
crazy,
came
isn't
to
it?
a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Oh, I didn't go down the maintenance lift with the bucket, I don't think. Did you put it on the mic? I have done, yes. Got the bird. The silly birds. You were there with the silly birds. Oh, with the bucket. Can't remember. Did I do it with the bucket? Let's go do it. Let's go do that.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter.
Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd... Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck.
Speed run.
Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Mind control facility.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
All
What
I know
horrible
I learned
secret
from
did this place
telly.
hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in,
Stanley decided that this... But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn
I think I have
on
done
the
it with the
controls.
bucket. That was
Stanley gasped in horror.
I've done it
Had
with
this
the
been the
bucket.
bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
Look at that, silly
Stanley
bird.
flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
That's it, yeah, I remember saying now he's happy when he started, happy when he finished.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers.
I don't know what other ones I've missed.
And
if I have missed any.
Needed support and guidance from others, so the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either.
Other than the 4-hour one.
Disbelief. Stanley decided to go up to his boss's. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Oh yeah, I could do that, couldn't I? Let's try that. What's the favourite time gonna be? Yes, it is, yeah, the 12-hour clock. Haha, 4:20. Not simply resist giving me the correct time again. After all, I know how much you enjoy setting the time correctly. Okay, I'm curious now how accurate 4:20 is. Let's use another slider to find out. How accurate is inaccurate? It's not wildly inaccurate, to be fair. So if that's accurate, would be fully on halfway within the same hour. So yeah, within the same half an hour. I mean, not quite in the same half hour. There we go. Now, can I just say, regardless of the accuracy of the clock, I'm having a great time adjusting these settings. I feel like I'm learning more about you and how you like things to be set. Good to collect data. Wish we had more sliders, but we've gone through all the sliders I have. Perhaps I can invent some new sliders to gather data on you. Shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, let me whip a couple new ones up. Should be ready by the time you boot up again. I feel like I'm sort of done it all now. I feel like I've found everything. I don't really think there's any other places to go that I know of without consulting a list. I'll tell you what, I'll find that 4-hour on Stanley Parable 4-hour baby ending. Let's have a look at that. Put this over here. close that. Unreal. It was good. I like that game. That was good. I do like those little. I don't know what type of game would they be. What are those games described as? Existential, sort of puzzle games, change the ending type thing. Yeah, it's good. This is mad. $2. Who's doing that? No, I get it. I get it. Like you got because I've said 4 hours. Got to be done. Someone's got to do it. But who's doing that? Honestly. That's so mad. Oh my god, you physically have to move. That's so awful. He's got a little rhythm going. He must have set that. He must have set like a memory for it. Yeah, I think he's on. He's set it on a like a keylogger or something like that, just a loop. Oh, God, so insane. Oh, what does that mean? Oh, And you will do improv comedy based on suggestions from me for all eternity. This is your reward for your work here today. Now it's back to bad. Like that. Whoop. There you go. There you go. That's it. A 5 hours. Ugh. Good game though. Real nice. Real nice game. So what's next? I need to look up Figment, don't I? Let's, Figment game. That looks pretty interesting. Play Figment. Focus is now available for free on Go. Check it out. See here, Figment. No, it's not. It's bloody £15. Can't be having that. Oh, there's a Figment 2. So yeah, so Figment. There was another one. There was another one, wasn't there? Mike said one. Can't remember. Mike definitely said another one. Can't find it. But either way. There was another one. Where is it? I can't remember. Can you remember, Mike? You mentioned the game. I'm sure you did. I'm sure you did. I can't remember what you said now. Da-na-na, da-na-na. Camera one. I can't remember. What's the camera one? Was it I don't know, Life is Strange was mentioned, but I don't remember it being that. Thought you mentioned something. Maybe it was Life is Strange. Oh, Firewatch. It popped up. Firewatch. I'm going to need to make a note of these. Firewatch. Figment. Maybe we'll do Life is Strange again because Life is Strange. Nice. Put that there. King's Quest. Okay, I'll stick that down. King's Quest. Yeah, that's the same. I'll look all these up and we'll play the ones that I like the look of, and we'll do a stream on them. We'll just do a stream. You definitely watch LIS. Oh, Life is Strange. Yeah. Didn't they do a second one as well? Sure they did. Or they've got like some other... They made some other games. There's 4 of them, yeah. Thought there's quite a few of them. Either way, I'll check those out and have a look. Capitalism and Economy Fest on Steam. I don't know what that means. Hey, let's end the stream. I'm done. Are you guys staying on? Should we go raid someone? Is that something we should do? I don't know. What? Close that. Let's see what else. Let's go. I don't know. Paul online? No one I'm following's online. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Who's playing Satisfactory? Let's have a look. You know what? Can't bother. Sorry, everyone. Done. Happy days. Enjoy the rest of your day. Do I think I'll be streaming later? Probably not. Probably not. I'm really tired. Really tired. But yeah, I'm gonna go sort myself out. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend, and I'll catch you in the next one. Peace.